I begin the agenda today. I want to thank Ranking Member McGovern and Representative Fishbach, Representative Norman, Representative Langworthy for coming to the Member Day hearing last Thursday. There were a lot of moving parts last week, and I appreciate those who could make time to hear from our fellow representatives about their ideas to make this institution work better. It was indeed a thoughtful conversation with ideas that clearly members had put in a lot of thought into them. Now, turning to today's agenda, accountability to the governed, respect for law and order, strength on the world stage, and right-sizing federal agencies. These are core tenets of House Republicans, the ones that they've pledged to the American people. And today, House Republicans are delivering on those promises with 4 bills under consideration. Starting with House Resolution 1469, this resolution finally holds those individuals accountable for the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan over 2 years ago. To this day, not a single individual involved in the planning and executing of that unmitigated disaster has ever acknowledged its failure or apologized to the 13 service members who were killed for putting them in harm's way. That changes this week when the House of Representatives votes to condemn the failures of the Biden-Harris administration that put our military and diplomatic personnel in grave danger and made the United States much weaker on the world stage. And speaking of weaker on the world stage, the Stop CCP Act reverses the Biden-Harris administration's bow to China policy and sanctions individuals throughout the PRC for their human rights violations, for their genocidal repression, and for their religious and political persecution. Absent any discernible strategy to hold these individuals accountable for their outrageous crimes by the Biden and Harris administration, House Republicans will step in to send the message that such behavior will receive swift and significant consequences from the United States. Additionally, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act modifies federal law to regulate and impose stiff penalties for charitable bond funds for subverting the law and releasing violent criminals onto our streets. After the events surrounding George Floyd's death and the subsequent unrest, charitable bail funds, including those endorsed by Vice President Harris, have received an influx of funds that they have used to bail out violent criminals who, in many cases, have, unsurprisingly, subsequently committed more crimes. H.R. 8205 properly regulates these funds to ensure a level of accountability and a level of oversight that is long overdue. Finally, the Fix Our Forests Act makes groundbreaking changes to our regulatory and permitting process to ensure that our forests are properly managed. For too long, bureaucratic red tape and radical environmental activists have prevented us from properly caring for one of the most precious natural resources. H.R. 8205, the bipartisan legislation by the chairman of Natural Resources Committee, makes targeted changes to the way we manage our forests that will reduce both the probability and the severity of wildfires. And finally, I want to touch on the continuing resolution before us. After a robust appropriations process by House Republicans, the Democratic Senate has continued to choose inaction over Congress's primary responsibility to develop a budget for our federal agencies. More time is needed for appropriators to finish their work, and the continuing resolution before us today gives that additional time for House and Senate leaders to negotiate a funding agreement. I think I agree with everyone here that this is not the preferred approach, but nonetheless, it's where we are. A shutdown will not occur because Speaker Johnson has stepped in, and I applaud him for bringing this forward. I will now yield to our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments that he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I go to my opening comments, I just want to have a question. Since you mentioned the continuing resolution, and it's part of the testimony we're going to take here in the Rules Committee, am I to assume that we are therefore bringing the continuing resolution to the floor under a rule?
You might make that assumption, and it might be correct. But yes, the world is in flux even as we speak.
Yeah, no, because the reason why I raise it, if it is going to be brought to the floor under a rule, do you anticipate a separate rule for the CR? And I raise that issue because the bills that we're dealing with today, other than the CR, are bills that Democrats, by and large, have strong disagreements with, and I'm sure we're not going to be very impressed with the amendments that will be not made in order. And I'm reading in the press that a number of your members are against the CR. So I'm just trying to figure out whether they would vote against the rule. I'm just trying to figure out how we get the CR to the floor.
So it keeps this job so interesting, Mr. Ranking Member.
Well, thank you for that clarity. I really appreciate it. But look, before us today, we have more messaging measures that will go absolutely nowhere. One of them, in my opinion, is a pro-polluter bill that ignores the realities of climate change when it comes to wildfires. I will be opposing this bill because the Fix Our Forest Act will not fix our forests. Instead, I think it would bypass critical environmental laws, cut out scientific input, and undermine our nation's core environmental laws. In short, I believe this bill would not fix our forests. It would pour gasoline on the fire. Another bill claims to be tough on China. For the record, when it comes to China's record on human rights, there are very few people who are as tough a critic as I am. I think I'm the only person behind this dais who has actually been sanctioned by China. I'm not allowed to even travel to the country. And I'm prohibited from meeting with any officials of the Chinese government. I've worked with President Biden, and believe it or not, even President Trump, to pass a half a dozen laws going after China on their human rights records. Successful laws that have made a real difference. So believe me when I say that this is a boneheaded way to handle a complicated geopolitical challenge. We need to be smart on China. We need to pass bills that actually get results, not just pass bills that sound tough on paper, which is what this is. Then we have another no-good crime bill that is simply about attacking Vice President Harris and echoing the lies from the former president that he's been repeating on the campaign trail. And I don't think there's anything more to add to that. And of course, a ridiculous resolution that politicizes the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. This resolution is supposed to be the culmination of years of investigation. Give me a break. It was introduced 4 days ago. Was this one written by the Trump campaign too? And let me just state for the record, thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, for the first time in decades, the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. Look, all of these measures are clearly designed as red meat for the Republican base. These bills are not about legislating. They're about sending out press releases to Fox News and getting people angry ahead of the election. And now, at the last second, we have a continuing resolution to keep the government from shutting down. Last week, Republicans tried and failed to pass their own bad extreme CR, a CR that one of my friends on the other side of the dais said was, and I quote, an insult to the American people, end quote. Now, I'm glad that partisan bill failed, but how many times has this happened while these guys have been in charge? I literally can't even count. The incompetence takes my breath away. The chaos and the dysfunction and the lack of a plan on the other side is truly stunning. You guys know attaching poison pills to CRs is not the way to govern, but you wasted more of our time on the same MAGA right-wing nonsense. So we find ourselves funding the government at the 11th hour once again, but only temporarily if we succeed. Speaker Johnson promised this majority would pass all their appropriation bills in July. It did not happen. Republicans, even Republicans on this committee, said that Congress would be more open with fewer closed rules. That didn't happen. And now, with every new closed rule, we are watching you break your own record for the most closed Congress in history. 106 closed rules and counting. It's one broken promise after another. So, look, I know that a CR is a tough sell for some of our friends across the aisle, and I truly have no idea how their leadership plans to get this out of our committee, but I wish you all the best. And with that, I thank our witnesses for being here today. I'm sorry for wasting your time on this, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his thoughtful comments. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses have will be included in the record. And I want to welcome our first panel, Chairman Westerman from the Committee on Natural Resources to the witness table. And Chairman Westerman, we welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess and Ranking Member McGovern. Appreciate this opportunity to appear before the committee today to testify in support of our bipartisan legislation, H.R. 8790, the Fix Our Forest Act. And Mr. Chairman, up until the ranking member's opening statement, I thought we had a bipartisan bill that we had worked on for a long time, but I guess we're in full campaign mode and we want to attack our forest while they're in a crisis. Even though our friends across the aisle might be in full campaign mode, our forests are in a crisis. And as we sit here today, more than 7.3 million acres have burned across the country this year. That's 1 million acres more than the 10-year average. At its current pace, we're on track for one of the worst wildfire years in our history. The Fix Our Forest Act isn't a partisan messaging bill, it's a solution to a real problem. After decades of mismanagement, our once healthy forests have turned to tinderboxes, simply waiting for someone to strike the match. These ticking time bombs are approaching the final few seconds on the clock, and it's time for Congress to act to protect the priceless resources that is our nation's forest. Devastating megafires were once a generational event, but now wildfire seasons are more commonly called wildfire years. This month, at least 234 structures have been destroyed by fires in Southern California, as more than 117,000 acres have been burned. This level of destruction, however, has become so routine that if you turn on the news, you likely won't even hear a word or see a clip. We've become numb to the apocalyptic levels of wildfires that we see year in and year out, and it's past time for change. As a forester, I've seen firsthand how these invaluable resources can flourish under proper management. A healthy forest allows wildlife to thrive, improves water and air quality, and provides abundant recreation opportunities. I've also seen time and again how treating and managing our forests can make all the difference in fighting and preventing catastrophic wildfires. Unfortunately, in our federal forest, we're just not implementing treatments in the correct scale and simply not completing enough of them. Take, for example, the Cameron Peak Fire, a 2020 wildfire in Representative Goose's district that became the largest wildfire in Colorado state history. When the fire reached the Shambhala Mountain Center, where previous forest thinning projects had been completed, firefighters felt safe enough to battle the blaze. Corey Carlson, a firefighter who was on the front lines of the Cameron Peak Fire, watched the fire balloon to more than 100,000 acres by the time it hit the mountain center. A local paper recounted what happened next. The front of the fire hit the restored forest. It slowed down. There was less fuel to burn. With the fuel treatment and the firefighters on the ground, we were able to pick the fire up there, Coley Carlson said. It was hugely successful. Looking back, Carlson wouldn't have even ordered his team to set up camp on Shambhala campus if there hadn't been restoration work done. This is not an isolated incident. The following year, the Bootleg Fire in Oregon burned over 400,000 acres and was so intense it created its own weather system and firenadoes. Those are conditions that's impossible for firefighters to battle. In a story reported by NPR, the fire's behavior changed when it hit the Sycan Marsh Preserve. According to the article, as a massive inferno half the size of Rhode Island roared into the Sycan Marsh Preserve, firefighters said the flames jumped less from treetop to treetop and instead returned to the ground where they were easier to fight, moved more slowly, and did less damage to the overall forest. And I will note that there had been active forest management taking place in the Sycan Marsh that allowed these firefighters to get in and stop the fire. The Oregon Forest Program Director for the Nature Conservancy further stated, what firefighters were reporting on the ground is that when the fire came into those areas that had been thinned, it had significantly less impact. We know what needs to be done. We're just not doing it because our agencies are getting stuck in the mud with endless environmental reviews and frivolous lawsuits. Fortunately, we have an answer. The bipartisan Fix Our Forest Act will allow us to revitalize our nation's forests and begin addressing the forest health crisis we've created. This bill will simplify and expedite environmental reviews for our most critical forest management projects by codifying existing emergency regulations and expanding existing categorical exclusions under NEPA. These aren't new authorities. They're tools that both Republicans and Democratic administrations have utilized. We're just making these tools larger and more efficient so we can meet the scale of this crisis. This legislation encourages greater collaboration between our federal land managers, tribes, states, and local governments by codifying shared stewardship and fixing good neighbor authority. Fire knows no bounds, and neither should our forest management projects. Using state-of-the-art science, this bill will protect communities by streamlining existing community wildfire protection programs, identifying the communities at the highest risk of wildfire and prioritizing treatments there, and reducing wildfire risk in utility right-of-ways. Finally, the Fix Our Forest Act encourages technological innovations from wildfire prevention and detection to creating new markets for products like biochar. This legislation jumpstarts our ability to use technology to confront our wildfire crisis. Before I yield back, I would like to talk about the bipartisan process that this bill has been through to get before you today. In April, we first held a hearing in the Natural Resources Committee on a discussion draft. Then, following 2 months of gathering feedback from stakeholders across the political spectrum, Congressman Scott Peters and I introduced this bill in June of this year. At our markup of the bill, we accepted amendments from both Republican and Democrat members of the committee. Even after the bill was reported out of the committee on a voice vote, Representative Peters and I have worked closely with outside stakeholders to generate support for it from across the political spectrum. My point is that in every step of this process, we have engaged with anyone willing to work with us to improve this legislation. We have worked across the aisle to perfect this bill and ultimately make it a stronger product for the health of our forest and the benefit of our nation. Today, I'm proud to testify in support of this bipartisan common sense bill that mitigates catastrophic wildfires, revitalizes private markets, and gives communities essential tools to manage the resources they know best. Its enactment will result in healthier forests and in a healthier environment. This legislation should have been passed and put into practice many years ago, but we can't wait longer to do it if we want to keep our forests healthy and stop these devastating wildfires. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Peters, for his thoughtful work across the aisle on the legislation. I strongly urge the committee to report an appropriate rule to provide for the consideration of this legislation on the floor of the House. Again, today is our chance to fix our forest. Thank you, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. There's not a Democratic witness today, so you've already addressed the bipartisan nature of this bill as it was reported out of committee. Was there anxiety? Was there a lot of consternation about what you were reporting?
Like I said, it passed on a voice vote. So if anybody had an opposition to the bill in the committee, they certainly didn't voice it then. Now, I consider a voice vote pretty much a unanimous vote.
I would too. We don't have unanimous votes up here, so that would be unusual. So
this is one bill you should have a unanimous vote on.
We should. Let me just ask you this too. You worked with the former Speaker McCarthy a great deal on the Save Our Sequoias Act. Is part of that incorporated into the bill that we have before us?
Yeah, a lot of the work we did on Save Our Sequoias, which again was a bipartisan bill, is included in the Fix Our Forest Act. We took input from a lot of different members on things that have worked. We've got a lot of outside support. It's really a good bill, and it's past time to get these kind of policies in effect.
Well, I agree with you. I'll recognize the ranking member for any questions he might have.
Well, thank you very much. You talked about the bipartisan process, and here, does that, I heard you say you were requesting an appropriate rule. What does that mean?
A rule that gets it to the floor we can...
do you want the bipartisan process to continue? I think last time I checked, over 40 amendments were filed on this bill. Would you be, are you asking that all 40 amendments, or I don't know, there may be more now, that everybody should be able to offer their amendments, or?
Well, I think that's the job of the Rules Committee.
Well, the reason why you come to testify here is basically to help make a suggestion to us on what what you, as the chair of the committee, or the ranking member, would like to see. And I'm just asking, do you want to, are you open to making these amendments in order, or would you want to close rule, or are there some amendments that give you more heartburn than other? It's your committee.
I think we've vetted this bill quite well. There could be some amendments that could be made in order, but I don't think your whole list of amendments should be made in order.
Did you give the committee a list of your recommendation of which amendments that you?
Yeah, we've worked with the my staff's worked with the Rules Committee staff on that.
And are they more Republican amendments than Democratic amendments, or is this?
We had several amendments that we were trying to get for the markup that we just couldn't get those the details worked out on them. But I think I know I've visited with Representative Peters. He's happy with the progress we've got on the bill, still supportive of it, and again, we'll take up whatever amendments that the Rules Committee makes in order, and we can debate those and vote on them on the floor.
We'll see how it turns out. I have a feeling it won't be. I think a lot of these amendments will probably not be made in order. But I want to ask unanimous consent to insert the statement of administration policy in the record on this bill. And
without objection.
Let me just read the last paragraph, and then I'll yield back. The administration appreciates the several provisions of H.R. 8790 aligned with recommendations released last year from the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission, which was co-chaired by the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Interior, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. H.R. 8790, however, also contains a number of provisions that would undermine basic protections for communities, lands, waters, and wildlife, reduce opportunities for public input, and heighten the likelihood for conflict, litigation, and delay unneeded forest restoration and resilience work. The administration, therefore, strongly opposes the bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Also point out they did not threaten to veto the bill. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate you bringing this bill forward, because I'll tell you, it's very timely for me, because we were just out in Boise at the National Interagency Fire Center and looking at those guys, and they the smoke jumpers, incredible, but we'd love to put them out of business. So that they weren't having to deal with these forest fires. And, I think every group was out at the time we were out there. But I also, Mr. Westerman, I wanted to just maybe ask you a little bit about your qualifications in bringing this bill forward. And, I think you speak as an expert. Can I call you an expert on this? And maybe you can mention.
Well, maybe an expert for Congress, but I do have a forestry degree, and I've worked on forest policy for about 10 years now, and I'll tell you, this is the best bill we've had to put forth that could do more good for our nation's hundreds of millions of acres of forest than anything we've done before. And like I said, it is a large bipartisan effort to get to this point, and it incorporates new technologies. We're doing something called fire sheds in here, and if you think of we've all heard of watersheds, where it has to do with topography, and when water falls on an area, we know all that water is going to flow down into a stream. Well, fire has similar characteristics, where the geography and the forest type and prevailing winds, you can kind of predict how fire is going to move when it gets on the landscape. So we're taking this fire shed approach using modern technology, doing interagency cooperation. We're really trying to incorporate tribal forest management in working closely with states and local communities, because fire knows no boundaries. And we need to figure out, use AI and mapping and remote sensing so that we can get the best idea of how these fires are going to operate, whether that's on 4 different jurisdictions or one jurisdiction, and get all that cooperation and working together. And that's really one of the focus areas of the bill.
And I appreciate that you pointed out you worked bipartisanly on this, and Mr. Peters still supports the bill. And I I was wondering if you cared to comment on some of the things that the ranking member mentioned from the administration's letter. All of those horrible things were going to happen where when I'm hearing you describe it, it's actually much different than what they are thinking.
Well, as the chairman said, it wasn't a threat to veto. It was pretty negative language, but I would ask them what's working right now. What are you doing right now that's working? And they don't have a very good track record to show. Their $12 billion, I believe, has been put into the Forest Service under this administration, and they're treating less acres every year. So it's certainly not a funding problem. It's a policy problem, and it's the way that they're attacking the problem instead of needing more money or needing more people. They need a different way to work, and that's what we're trying to give them authority to do.
Well, and I appreciate you bringing this bill forward because we need to get back to forest management and making healthy forests instead of just having to fight the fires because we can prevent them.
As we would say, the proof's in the pudding. We've seen this over and over now. I mentioned a couple of these fires where they were raging infernos, and the fire got to an area that had been managed, and it dropped down out of the crowns, got on the ground where firefighters can fight it, and that's really what we're willing to replicate across the country.
Well, thank you very much, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Pass on questions.
Gentlelady has no questions. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Like you say, it's more policy than anything else. What's it going to take for the American people to, I just saw the numbers, it used to be pre-settlement, European settlement, 64 trees per acre, now it's 300. I'm in the forestry, we mine timber, we plant timber. The recipe for a forest fire is thatch that's that high and trees that are so that you can't walk. When is common sense going to, particularly like in California, that's wanting federal aid to ban them every time there's a forest fire? Environmentalists, you can't, trees in their minds live forever. You can't cut one. That's why the thinning doesn't take place. When is that, what's it going to take to change that?
It's really a travesty, and I hope people will start to look at the facts and the data and trust what forest management science tells us. And it starts with the fact that a tree is God's way of sequestering carbon. It's been doing it since trees have been carrying on photosynthesis. It pulls carbon dioxide out of the air, releases oxygen, and stores the carbon in the tree, and it stores it there until that tree is burned or it's eaten by bugs, which it comes out as respiration or carbon dioxide when it's burned. But if we manage the forest and keep it healthy, these trees last a long, long time. And we know that when we harvest trees and put it into wood products, this table at one time was a tree or multiple trees, and the carbon that it sequestered is still in this table. And you're exactly right. The landscape is way overpopulated with the number of trees per acre. They start competing for sunlight. They compete for water and nutrients. They get weak. You often get insects and disease that come in that kill the trees. So now you got dead standing timber and dead timber in the duff on the forest floor. And fire can happen by human cause, or it can happen by lightning, but eventually fire is going to happen, and all of that dead timber is going to burn, and it's going to kill a lot of the live trees when it does it. So there's a way to work with nature and manage so that we keep healthy, vibrant forest all across the landscape. And when you get a healthy forest, you naturally get clean air. Forests do so much to clean the water as well because of the roots holding the soil in place, and provides wildlife habitat, provides places for us to recreate. There's no downside to having a healthy forest, and it should be, if there's anything that should be bipartisan in Congress where we're all pulling in the same direction saying, please do everything you can to make our forest healthy and resilient, we all should be working on that. And that's why I'm excited about the Fix Our Forest Act, because it truly is a bipartisan bill that will make a difference.
Well, I appreciate you putting this up, appreciate your testimony. It's common sense isn't so common with this. Fire lanes are hard to get. The saw timber that, the timber companies beg for, the ones that are operating now, a lot of them have shut down because of the supply chain issues. But anyway, hopefully this will bring some sanity, and I hope the American people will get involved and demand, particularly those who had the houses burned up. Need to demand.
Representative Norman, you're talking about all those trees. When you get a lot of trees per acre, they're generally small trees, and you can't grow the big trees until you give them space to grow. And I think, the idealistic view of a healthy forest are big trees widely spaced, but if you never give them that space to grow, you're never going to get the big trees.
Not going to get it. That's 2x10s, 2x8s for construction. So, okay, thank you for your bill. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman, for your work on this bill. I know you and I have had many conversations about it. You know, as well as I do, how quickly ranches, farms, small businesses can just literally be destroyed from wildfires. And it's happening everywhere. There is a community that is nestled by, in, and often living from the forest. So I agree that we need to do legislation to address this issue. I guess one of my, I want to give more thanks to you. I really do appreciate the work that you did in incorporating the language so that we could have better cooperation with tribes. The shared stewardship agreements are great. I like the biochar. I like the creation of a fireshed center. So there are many provisions I really like in this bill. I will raise one of the issues that I raised in committee, which is this bill doesn't have any funding authorization. And I know, and you know, that this kind of work takes resources. We need to increase the pay of our wildland firefighters. That takes resources. And when I say resources, it's money, right? We need to be able to pay our firefighters more. There are great innovative programs in here that we need to implement, but it costs money to implement. And there's no funding authorization whatsoever in the bill. And so that is a concern of mine. And, I would raise that with you here as I did in committee.
Thank you, Representative Ledger-Fernandez, and thank you for your input and work on the bill. You had a provision that I totally supported, and that was to react to the fires when they first start, because we saw what happened in New Mexico where the Forest Service started a fire and didn't get it put out, and it turned into another one of these raging infernos. I was supportive of that, as well as with others, but the administration pushed back on that provision, so we ended up taking that out of the language. As far as the funding in the bill, there's a lot of positives in that area. And I'll say again what I said before, it's not a funding issue, it's a policy issue. I'm anticipating getting the CBO score, which is actually, my understanding is going to score the bill as cost savings. So by doing the management, you actually save money that can be used to do more management. And also, I believe we had an interior appropriations bill where we increased the funding for firefighting. So that's already out there as well. And I know that was opposed on the floor by a lot of folks, maybe not for that reason, but we have worked to get more funding for firefighters as well.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here with us today. As you've already spoken about today, the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill included billions of dollars for forest management projects to protect our forests from fires and other natural disasters. Chairman Westerman, it seems that despite the Biden-Harris administration's talk of supporting forest management, their actions tell a little bit of a different story. What could this administration do tomorrow to speed up the use of these resources for forest-saving projects? And who are they catering to by standing in the way of opposing measures like this one?
Well, I guess by tomorrow they could put out a statement saying we really support this bill. It will help us to get more management done because they had a goal, I believe, of 6 million acres per year. Last year, I think they got 4.3 million acres managed, and this year is going to be 4.2 million acres. So the numbers are going the wrong direction, even with the billions of dollars that were put or given to the agencies through the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill. So the number one thing the administration could do would be get on board with sound forest management. And what we're really trying to do is untie their hands so they can actually do the work. You go to the individual forest and you get out in these forest units, and the people on the ground know what to do, and they want to do the right thing. There's a lot of great people that work for the Forest Service, but their hands are tied because they spend all of this time making a forest management plan, and then it gets tied up in court. So I think they're just as frustrated as we are as lawmakers when they see these forests burn, and they know that it's their job to keep the forest healthy. And they're really making a concerted effort in most places to write management plans to go in and do the right thing. The problem is these plans never get carried out.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a tale as old as time, from energy to trade to forest management to agriculture. This Biden and Harris administration is beholden to radical environmental groups. These include the likes of the Earth Island Justice, which in 2022 held up meaningful forest management projects in Yosemite National Park. We cannot allow fanatics like these and their supporters in the administration to keep us from protecting our great national treasures such as Yosemite and others from avoidable disaster. I strongly support this legislation, and thank you very much, Chairman Westerman, and your committee's work in crafting this.
And Mr. Langworthy, you mentioned Yosemite. We did as part of working on this bill, we did a field hearing in Yosemite, and it's heartbreaking to go out there. It was last fall, and it had been a few years since I'd been there, and it was unbelievable the amount of fire scars and the damage that's been done in one of our premier national parks because of no management, which in essence is management. It's bad management, and it'll take decades to recover from the damages that have already been done in iconic places like Yosemite. And we've killed 20% of the world's giant sequoias in a 2-year span out in Sequoia, or out in the Sierra Nevadas where the giant sequoias grow, because, again, I'll say we've loved our trees to death. We said we're not going to do any management, and we're going to put the fires out when they stop. That was decisions that were made over 100 years ago, and the undergrowth just grew up in these sequoia groves and created the ladder fuels to get fire up in the crowns and killed trees that we didn't think previously could really be killed by wildfire.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today. I have no further questions. Thank you for appearing before us today, and Chairman Westerman, you're excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to welcome up our second panel, Chairman McCall, Representative Crow, Representative Self, and Representative Amo from the Committee on Foreign Affairs to the witness table. Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Chairman McCall. We welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman, ranking member, members of the committee. Let me just say first that I wish we did not have to be here tonight. But more than 3 years after the withdrawal from Afghanistan, President Biden, Vice President Harris have yet to hold a single person accountable for this catastrophic failure of epic proportions. When asked just this month if there had been any accountability for the disastrous withdrawal, National Security Advisor Kirby responded, quote, "We've all held ourselves accountable," end of quote. That answer doesn't fool anybody. If the administration refuses to hold itself accountable, then the duly elected representatives of the American people must. In April 2021, the president announced the Biden-Harris administration would withdraw from Afghanistan. They ignored the Taliban's violations of the Doha Agreement. They ignored objections by our nation's military and intelligence experts. They ignored objections by our NATO allies. The Biden-Harris administration was determined to withdraw from Afghanistan no matter what the cost. According to their own admission, the Doha Agreement was, quote, immaterial, end of quote, to that decision. Following President Biden's go-to-zero order, the Taliban captured province after province. Meanwhile, thanks to this administration's feckless policy, there were less than 1,000 U.S. troops on the ground, and our Afghan allies suffered unsustainable losses. All the while, this administration did nothing to plan an emergency evacuation while denying the threats to Americans' interest, American citizens, and our decade-long Afghan partners. So on August 15, 2021, Kabul fell, and the administration's utter failure to prepare became painfully clear. As my report revealed, the Biden-Harris administration had the information and opportunity to take the necessary steps to plan for the inevitable collapse of the Afghan government. But at each step of the way, they prioritized optics, political optics, over the security of brave Americans. To protect their partisan aims, the administration proffered our service members, diplomats, citizens, and allies on a silver platter to the Taliban and ISIS-K. The Biden-Harris administration treated the Taliban, a terrorist group, as security partners during the evacuation. They created the environment that allowed an ISIS-K terrorist to pass through a Taliban checkpoint. Think about that, a Taliban checkpoint. We put the Taliban in charge. And on August 26, 2021, that terrorist detonated his bomb, murdering 13 U.S. service members and over 170 Afghan civilians and injuring 45 American service members. It was the deadliest day for the U.S. military in Afghanistan since 2012, and it never should have happened. Rather than own up to their mistakes, this administration touts their deadly evacuation as a success. I believe that's shameful. Today, U.S. national security is degraded, Americans' credibility on the world stage is damaged, and the moral injury to Americans, veterans, and service members is a stain on this administration's credibility and legacy. When I became a chairman, I launched the investigation so that we, Congress, and the American people could work to ensure that what happened in Afghanistan never happens again. And as everyone here knows, we cannot begin to fix a problem without first admitting that there is a problem. That is what accountability is all about. My 353-page report on this investigation works to provide that accountability. So we take the first step in fixing the problem by holding accountable those leaders who are derelict in their duties and are responsible for this disaster. They are Joseph Biden, President of the United States, Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, Jonathan Feiner, Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor, Elizabeth Sherwood Randall, Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Deputy National Security Advisor, John Kirby, National Security Spokesman and former Defense Department spokesman, Jen Psaki, former White House Press Secretary, Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, Brian McKeon, former Deputy Secretary of State, Ross Wilson, U.S. Ambassador and former Chief of Mission to the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, Zalmay Khalilzad, U.S. Ambassador and former Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation, Ned Price, Deputy to the U.S. Representative to the United Nations and former State Department spokesman, Lloyd Austin, U.S. Secretary of Defense, Derek Chollet, Chief of Staff to Secretary Austin and former counselor to Secretary Blinken, and Colin Cole, former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. The American people, U.S. service members, veterans, and the Gold Star families who recently received the Congressional Gold Medal here in the Capitol deserve both transparency and accountability. Those who support this resolution will deliver both. This will serve as a productive step towards ensuring that this never happens again. So with that, I thank the committee for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now recognize Representative Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before all of you in opposition to House Resolution 1469. The chairman and I do have something in common agreement here, and that is we don't have to be here tonight. And we don't have to be here tonight because the Foreign Affairs Committee actually has a markup tomorrow. We have a scheduled markup of which we could take this resolution under consideration and have a full debate in committee. The reason why they don't want to have that markup is because they don't want to highlight publicly and before the full committee the numerous misrepresentations and gross political aspects of this resolution, of which I would be happy to outline for you today. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. I fought the Taliban. I served as an Army Ranger. And I've often spoken about the need to take a responsible accounting of our nation's longest war. And I still believe that is very important. Not just the withdrawal, but the entirety of our nation's longest war. We owe this to all of those who swore an oath to the country, who served honorably, the hundreds of thousands of Americans who stepped up. We owe this to the 2,461 Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice and the tens of thousands of others who are wounded. We owe this to the hundreds of thousands of Afghans who stood up and fought for their freedom, who to this day continue to strive for freedom and independence. And we owe this to our constituents, the American taxpayer, who footed the bill over $2 trillion over 20 years to fund this war. It is our solemn duty, but it's a duty that spans 4 presidential administrations and 10 Congresses. However, the majority's so-called investigation has politicized this and instead tries to mischaracterize and make the story of this war about 1 month. Instead of 20 years, 1 month is what they want to look at. And they want to do it as November nears. And this report is full of false and cherry-picked information, of which I will outline for you today. Just to underscore the partisanship and the political aspect of this, Vice President Harris is referenced only 3 times in more than 3,000 pages of transcribed interviews. 3,000 pages, 18 transcribed interviews. She's only mentioned in a passing way 3 times. And yet, she's mentioned 5 times in this 7-page resolution and over 200 times in the majority's report. So a couple other issues that I think are worth mentioning here. This so-called investigation also completely fails to look at Donald Trump and the Donald Trump administration role in all of this. For example, it condemns Zalmay Khalilzad, but it says nothing about his superiors, the person who actually directed him and to whom he reported, Secretary Pompeo, or to Donald Trump himself. In fact, Donald Trump himself bragged that President Biden couldn't have stopped the withdrawal if he had wanted, and that the deal excluded the Afghan government entirely. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a copy of the Doha Agreement.
So ordered.
Second, this does not mention the multiple unilateral troop drawdowns of former President Trump that he carried out despite the Taliban's non-compliance with this deal. And then third, it's silent on other witnesses, on facts that other witnesses testified to, including the utter lack of planning by President Trump to prepare for the full withdrawal that he initiated, the consensus in 2021 that had President Biden stopped or reversed this withdrawal, the Taliban would renew its war on American troops. In fact, I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a memorandum prepared by the minority staff that outlines all of this testimony and the witnesses to these facts.
Without objection.
So I want to make something really clear here. The majority in this resolution try to paint this as a picture of August 2021 as entirely the responsibility of the Biden administration. Now, I have actually been critical on numerous occasions about aspects of the withdrawal, and I continue to be. There are certainly many lessons to be learned there, and there are things that did not go well, and things that I would have liked to have done differently. But this story of this war is not about that 1 month alone. And to wrap it up into this resolution that twists and contorts and tries to politicize this issue does not do justice to the people who served and sacrificed so much. I also want to make really clear the challenges that this administration faced when it entered into office. Let me paint that picture. In January 2021, when President Biden came into office, there were the fewest number of troops, the lowest troop number he inherited since 2001. He also inherited a situation of increased Taliban aggression. To be clear, the Taliban were gaining territory in this war since 2013. In the 8 years leading up to when he took office, the Taliban were consistently gaining territory. Then every witness who was asked the question and testified to the issue of Taliban compliance or non-compliance with the deal in 2021, who were asked the question that if we were to break the deal that Donald Trump negotiated with the Taliban, what would happen? They said across the board, the Taliban would be back at war with the United States, A, and B, that we could not have responded to that effectively and protected our troops at the number of troops that we had there on the ground. So there was no status quo. The decision and the decision only they faced was to continue the withdrawal as best as possible, or to surge again and send 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 troops back into Afghanistan. We would be there fighting and dying to this day, just like the prior 20 years. That was the decision. This resolution talks about none of that and does a disservice to the people who sacrificed. Lastly, there are things that many people can do to address this issue because the story of this war is not yet over. The legacy of it is not yet over. There are bills to make sure that we can honor our allies, that we can protect the Afghans who served with us. There are bills to ensure that those Afghans who we did evacuate during the withdrawal, who have resettled here, who are trying to start their lives, can actually do so. Right? They're in many of our communities, starting businesses, thriving, but they have no path to a permanent life here. And bills to make sure that we can continue to reform the SIV process, to expedite it and streamline it. All of these bills, the Afghan Allies Protection Act, the Afghan Adjustment Act, the CARE Authorization Act, are ready for co-sponsors, and I welcome my Republican colleagues to co-sponsor those bills and put it up for a vote as soon as possible. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to everyone's questions, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose House Resolution 1469. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Crow. Representative Self, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I'm appearing today in support of H.R. 3334, the Stop CCP Act, which was introduced by our colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman McClain, and ordered favorably reported by the Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Chinese Communist Party is responsible for some of the world's most egregious human rights violation and threats to international security. Hong Kong was once known for its vibrant civil society and rule of law, but today it is under the thumb of the CCP police state, and many of the brave democracy advocates sit in jail. In Xinjiang, Uyghur Muslims live in fear of practicing their religion and culture while ongoing CCP-led genocide seeks to erase their history. People on Taiwan, a close friend of the United States, live under constant military coercion, including incursions into their air defense identification zone. An oppressive PRC Coast Guard presence keeps pushing closer and closer to Taiwan's shores. These human rights abuses and military coercion are being directed and implemented by the leaders of the Communist Party. The Central Committee, which this bill targets, is comprised of the top CCP members who are undoubtedly complicit in this abuse and aggression that threatens our friends and partners in the Indo-Pacific. Therefore, it is critical to use targeted sanctions to hold these party leaders to account. The weakness of the Biden-Harris administration foreign policy has sadly invited aggression around the world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, hopefully not in Taiwan. And if I get a chance, I'll cover some of their statement of administration policy. I am sorry that many of my friends on the other side of the aisle, seeing this chaos, feel that we cannot currently afford to put action to our words when it comes to CCP aggression. This bill is not an act of war. We are only ensuring that the CCP officials most responsible for these crimes do not get to enjoy the benefits of the U.S. financial system or routine travel to our great country, much as the ranking member just testified that he is not allowed to travel to theirs. Standing up for our founding values and security interests are essential. The defense of liberty and human rights is not escalation. Our partners and allies feel the safest when America leads rather than shrinking back while our adversaries are on the march. This bill is a strong display of U.S. foreign policy. It is not acquiescence, as we see routinely, and the values that guide it are the strong display. In this bill and many bills, we hear colleagues across the aisle tell us how important accountability is, and they tell us how much they value accountability. And then they say they will not hold anyone accountable. Strong words for constituents, but weak policy. I urge all members to support this bill and look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Representative Amo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. It's an honor to be at my first Rules Committee hearing representing Ranking Member Meeks and my colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I'm here because I oppose this measure. While H.R. 3334 claims to be a measure that is tough on China, it's just a facade. Scratch past the surface and you'll find an unserious proposal that does not work to address our problems with Beijing. This bill does accomplish one goal. It would undermine high-level diplomacy between the United States and China. If this legislation were to become law, it would require the sanctioning of all the PRC's top leadership, including the president, premier, and senior ministers. This unilateral escalation could cause an unprecedented fissure in our relations and hinders our ability to outcompete China. Instead of strategically isolating Beijing, this misguided bill could undermine the alliances and partnerships that the Biden-Harris administration has painstakingly forged through initiatives like the Quad, AUKUS, and others. Today, we are coordinating sanctions on China with our partners and allies like never before. HR 3334 would undercut this unity by trying to make America go at it alone once again. This sweeping proposal gives no thought to the possible impacts on U.S. officials and businesses who may need to engage with PRC counterparts to advance our own interests. It includes an impractical waiver requirement that must be renewed every 2 months. And this authority expires after 2 years, even though the sanctions do not. Simply put, this is not the way to deal with the PRC threat. By blindly sanctioning all top leaders in one fell swoop, we negate our leverage going forward. This would detonate the U.S.-China relationship while getting absolutely nothing from China in return or any change in its malign behavior. The Biden-Harris administration recently succeeded in restarting high-level diplomacy with Beijing. Over the past year, senior state, defense, and treasury officials met with their counterparts to advance U.S. interests and advocate for the American people. The State Department is rightly concerned that HR 3334 would make such high-level diplomacy more difficult. It would have real-world consequences for America's interests. Let me give you some examples. Last month, the commander of Indo-PACOM spoke with his PRC counterpart for the first time in years. There was a dangerous lapse in communication between our military leaders because the defense minister of China refused to meet or speak with Secretary Austin since he had been sanctioned by the United States when he was a lower-level commander. Our military leaders have said publicly that we need open lines of communication with the People's Liberation Army to manage crises and ensure that an accident or misperception on the Taiwan Strait or the South China Sea does not escalate into a conflict. The mandatory sanctions in this bill could endanger those essential lines of communication. Second, thanks to President Joe Biden's diplomacy and bipartisan pressure from Congress, the PRC has finally agreed to restart counter-narcotics operation. This was halted after the United States placed a Chinese government institution on the entity list. While this cooperation is just getting started, we need the PRC to crack down on the illicit distribution of precursor chemicals to help stop the flow of fentanyl and save American lives. We cannot make progress on this problem if we blindly sanction China's top leaders. So in short, this bill is bad for America. It would raise the risk of our competition veering into conflict. And given the high stakes of our relationship, we need to open our eyes and work together on smarter policy. I oppose this measure, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I welcome questions and look forward to them. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our witnesses for their thoughtful comments. I will recognize myself for questions. First to Chairman McCall, as a reminder for us, has anyone officially taken responsibility for the disastrous evacuation that led to the death of 13 U.S. service members?
None that I'm aware of, no.
And neither Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris ever reached out to the families of the 13 service members who were killed?
No, and I deal with the Gold Star families quite a bit. I think this is the point that, quite frankly, makes them angry, is their children were blown up by a suicide bomber, but they were never really recognized. There wasn't a phone call. There was never, and I'm sorry. I think at the Congressional Gold Medal, the Speaker finally said, we're sorry. The United States government, we're sorry what happened to your children. That's all they want. And yet the president is looking at his watch throughout the Dover Air Base ceremony. Quite frankly, they are very, very angry, and they have every right to be.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you restating these facts for us here today. I think it's important for every American to hear those because colleagues on the other side of the dais have a lot of problems with this very straightforward, factual resolution outlining what happened and who needs to be held accountable. Unlike our colleagues, I have a problem with an administration that oversees a disaster like this withdrawal from Afghanistan, refuses to take responsibility for what occurred, and doesn't even have the courage to meet with Gold Star families of the 13 service members who perished serving our country so admirably. This says everything the American people needs to know about how cynical and weak the Biden-Harris administration is, and I strongly support this resolution. And at this point, I would yield to the ranking member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for questions.
Well, first of all, on the Afghanistan resolution, it seems to me that on something like this, that regular order would be important. That going through a committee process would be important. Because otherwise it smells of politics. The idea that it was introduced a few days ago, bypassing committee, coming to the Rules Committee to get something to the floor before we recess for an election. I mean, what is the compelling reason to not have had the Foreign Affairs Committee actually do a hearing and mark this up?
I think, and I have a lot of respect for the ranking members, you know, as well as my colleague who served in Afghanistan. The timing is important because we are going out of session this week.
Well, we're coming back right after the election.
The families want accountability. They want justice. They don't want us to wait till after the election.
Well, you waited all
this
time.
Is not my timeline.
Yeah.
It's a timeline of the administration who I had to fight tooth and nail, subpoena after subpoena, motions for contempt to get the witnesses and the documents I needed for my investigation. I wish we had this report done by summer and had the Secretary's testimony by summer. It didn't work out that way. And I don't want to go home for a month in recess without a determination of accountability from the report that we generated. Now, I'm usually a regular order guy, like you. I just think this has a compelling interest and compelling case to, based upon the findings of the report, 2 years of an investigation, documenting history, that we finally hold these people accountable.
Mr. Grove?
Mr. McGovern, the families of the fallen deserve the truth. That's what they deserve. And they deserve an honest accounting of what did and did not happen. And a resolution that says things that are patently false will not help them grieve, will not help them understand what happened, will not help the American people grapple with not just the events of August 2021, but the entirety of the 20 years, as well as the 2,460 other service members who gave their lives. They deserve the truth. And one example of that is one of the paragraphs in here says, the Biden-Harris administration's chaotic, precipitous withdrawal, and it goes on and it says, resulted in the terrorist attack by ISIS-K at Abbey Gate. There is literally nothing in the Republicans' purported investigation that proves that point. Mm-hmm. In fact, what it does show is a fundamental misunderstanding of military operations, a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation on the ground, and it actually runs contrary. Not only is there nothing to support it, but there's a ton of evidence, sworn testimony, that directly contradicts it, including multiple reviews and investigations by uniformed personnel at the DOD that had nothing to do with this withdrawal that directly contradict that point. That is not what the families and the American people deserve.
I just wish, that on things like this, as sensitive as this issue is, that regular order would be adhered to, because otherwise it reeks of politics, and I think that is not comforting to the family members, and I don't know, I just think we can do better than this. And anyway, let me, Mr. Self, I have a question. I agree with Mr. Amo, and I welcome to the Rules Committee. I hope it's not your last time here, but anyway, I agree with him. I don't agree with kind of the across-the-board kind of blanket sanctions approach that you're taking here. But as you were speaking, I was just looking through the bill, and I was just, I had the privilege of traveling with the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee not too long ago. We met with His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala to talk about the terrible oppression by the Chinese government against the Tibetan community. And I'm noticing, maybe I'm missing something here, but there's lots of things mentioned: Taiwan, Hong Kong, the Uyghurs. There's not a mention of the Tibetans at all. Is there a reason? This went through the committee, right? This bill went through the.
It did. We have 2 Dems on it.
Yeah, but is there a reason why Tibetans are not included in any of your language here?
Well, I can't speak to that, but I will tell you the Tibetans are certainly included in their gross human rights violations.
Yeah, but they're not mentioned here, and which is startling to me, given the fact that they have been particularly oppressed for a very, very long time.
I think you'll notice that it doesn't sanction an entire class. It sanctions the people who are involved in wrongdoing, which I believe
Right, but you don't identify, so that's a different question. I mean, you don't identify the individual, the wrongdoing tied to a specific individual. You sanction kind of across the board, right, of the PRC leadership, just saying that you're all guilty of whatever. But I'm just curious why Tibet has not been, it was not at all, not even mentioned in here. And because it seems to me that the fact that it's not mentioned stands out. Again, I don't like the sanctions part of it, but the fact that Tibet is not mentioned, I'm just, is there a reason for that? Everything else was mentioned.
I think we've given you a little bit of grace here, because in the top of paragraph 9, if you'll turn to it, Mr. Ranking Member, contribute to political oppression or violation of human rights of individuals or societal groups within the People's Republic of China, including Uyghur Muslims.
Right, Uyghur
That's
Muslim,
where Tibetans are included.
but you don't mention the word Tibet or
Okay.
Tibetans. You mentioned
Because-
Uyghur Muslim, which I'm glad you do. You talk about the people in Hong Kong, which I'm glad you do. You talk about the people in Taiwan. We have to be concerned about them as well. But I don't know. I'm very sensitive on this issue, and the fact that it's not mentioned, I know will be interpreted by the Chinese government as purposeful, especially since it went through committee.
I suspect that we can find another societal group in China that will probably
Well, then
be
you should
included
mention
in
them.
this.
But Tibetans are not just another society. They have.
Well, as soon as you come up with a specified list.
Well, you
then
do,
if
though. You talk about, but you mentioned Uyghur Muslims.
No, because we say here,
I'm looking
Mr.
at it right
McGovern,
here.
we say that including them, so there are other groups that could be
Right,
included.
but the fact that when you say including Uyghur Muslims, but not Tibetans, I'm just very sensitive on this topic, and I really think
I
it was an
understand
omission.
your sensitivity.
But anyway, I wanted to point that out for the record. And if the Chinese government is listening, believe it, we are all committed to standing up for the human rights of the Tibetan community, Democrats and Republicans, as we've proven over and over again, and that we could just say that the omission in this was a mishap or bad staff work or clerical error or something. I don't know. We'll make something up.
I
Anyway.
believe the inclusion on page 9 is.
Yeah, I don't at all. But anyway, thank you. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Amo?
Well, I just think, that particular point just sort of highlights that this is an unnecessary piece of legislation. Congress has established several sanction regimes, global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, the Specially Designated Nationals and Blocked Persons List, and so on and so forth. We have many mechanisms at our disposal. This particular piece of legislation, again, is escalatory for no real purpose and makes us less safe and does not contribute to those human rights aspirations that we have. And of course, there should be consequences. We have the tools at our disposal, and that's what we should be focused on.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thanks, the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. I'm going to reserve my questions to the end to recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota.
I have no questions.
Gentlelady has no questions. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct what seems like it was a misimpression where the
substitute chair elicited some testimony from Chairman McCall to indicate that President Biden had not spoken with the families from the folks who were killed in Afghanistan. And I would just seek unanimous consent to introduce an article from AP dated August 29, 2021. Biden pays respects to U.S. troops killed in Afghanistan, in which it details how he met privately with the families.
That objection is ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Crow, I share your frustration with the fact that we have to deal with partisan political hit pieces here rather than genuine legislative accomplishment, especially when we've got a number of bills teed up with bipartisan support. Like you, I've been involved for almost 20 years now in trying to ensure that the U.S. honors the promises it made to our allies in Afghanistan. The folks who at great personal risk assisted our troops, assisted our government throughout that conflict, and were promised safe haven, but have struggled to receive it, whether receiving the support they need to get to this country or to have their families come to this country. Now, you mentioned a number of bills, H.R. 3808, the Afghan Allies Protection Act, H.R. 4627, the Afghan Adjustment Act, and I think you mentioned a third one.
The CARE Authorization Act.
Okay. So all of these are directed at meeting the commitments that the U.S. made to these allies, are they not?
That is accurate.
And all of them are both bicameral and bipartisan, are they not?
That is true.
And there has been no action taken on them to have them become law, despite the fact that there's a long-standing unmet commitment by our government.
Well, there's been a number of us within this body, including yourself, Ms. Scanlon, who have worked very hard, who are trying to get it across the finish line. But until we get the number of co-sponsors, and frankly, most Democrats are supporting this, we need more Republican support. That is the issue. We can't get it over the finish line, and these folks languish.
Well, we welcome that support, and it would seem to be a much more productive use of this body's time. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. Congressman Crow, thank you for your service. This war in Afghanistan began in, I think, August of 2001. October of 2001. It ended with the withdrawal of August of 2021. Who ordered the evacuation?
Are you talking about the go to zero order? Are you talking about the Doha agreement? Or are you talking about
the withdrawal of the troops, the closing of the bases? What administration ordered that? Was it Donald Trump's or was it Joe Biden's?
Donald Trump is the president who entered into the Doha agreement in February of 2020. That agreement bound the United States to the Taliban to go to zero. So no U.S. service members, no contractors, all U.S. personnel out of the country within 14 months of the signing of that agreement.
Agreements can be modified by the current administration. Donald Trump tell me what date that he said he would follow the same, I guess, evacuation procedures that Biden did.
So
he said he wouldn't have. He would never have done it like this. He would have gotten the Americans out first.
In fact, indeed, in January of 2021, when President Biden came into office, during the transition, the Biden administration received zero information from the Trump administration on compliance with the agreement by the Taliban, where the interagency was on the review of the impact of a potential withdrawal. So all of that had to be reviewed. So the president ordered an interagency review starting in January in 2021. At the culmination of that interagency review, in April of 2021, President Biden decided to continue the withdrawal that was started by Donald Trump and substantially accomplished by Donald Trump. So when he came into office, it was the lowest number of troops since 2001 in Afghanistan because Donald Trump had started that withdrawal already.
But Donald Trump never made the statement he would do the withdrawal like Joe Biden did. He never has said that.
Yeah, that is true because Donald Trump actually said he would do it faster and would have accomplished it in 2020. In fact, in 2020, fall of 2020,
he would have done it. Hold on, Congressman. He would have done it. He would have withdrawn every American there, and the troops would be the last one defending it. And it's really not. I mean, you bring him into this, it makes no difference. The 20-some years that we've been in this war, there was one evacuation. Americans died. They were left there. Who made the call to leave $7 billion worth of?
That's false, actually. That number, and I will get to that. Okay, I'll explain why that's false.
But
first of all,
was there? Let me ask you this: was there any supplies left? You can dispute the number, but was there any supplies left, and was there $54 million in currency left?
I would be happy to address that, but I'm going to first address your question about the withdrawal. In fact, it was Donald Trump who said unequivocally that he wanted to bring all the troops home by Christmas 2020.
He did not say.
And then his commander. Let me finish, sir. And then his commander said, no, that's not going to work. That would be a disaster, right? So then they extended it. And then the Biden administration came in, and Joe Biden extended it even further. Because under the Doha agreement, under the agreement that Donald Trump negotiated, all troops were going to have to be out by spring of 2020. But the military commander said that was not plausible and not good to do because we all know that in military terms, retrograde operations, that's the military term for withdrawal, are the riskiest, most complicated, and difficult things to do. So he listened to his commanders. They renegotiated with the Taliban to withdraw by August 2021, which is what they did.
He telegraphed what he was going to do, and he left American troops who died. That's the bottom line.
That is not true.
And he left, okay, well then I guess the resolution that Chairman McCall's doing is for people who lived. I mean, for you to make that kind of statement is amazing.
They negotiated.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Mm-hmm.
This administration was the administration that made the call to leave Americans there. This administration was the one that made the call to leave whatever amount of artillery, guns, SUVs in Afghanistan.
Sir, do you know where that $7 billion number comes from?
Okay, I'm going to finish I'm not going to tie this committee up. You can debate, it's been reported. I mean, you can have a different opinion. You can't have different facts.
I can tell you that number.
And so
Gentleman
the fact is...
from South Carolina controls the time.
The fact is that this administration bears responsibility for the deaths. Just like it's interesting you said the Taliban, you made some comment about them being at war with America. They would have gone to war with America. Where the 15 million that are coming across here illegally, are they vetted to make sure there's no Taliban or terrorists? No. So this administration has blood on its hands. And this administration, with its policies, bears responsibility. And this resolution is the least we can do. Now, you can try to go back through the years where rights and wrongs were done, but there was one beginning and one withdrawal. And it does a disservice to these dead Americans, and has been reported, the material that is left there. We're a weaker nation, and we're at war now because of the actions of this administration. Do you know Congressman Corey Mills?
I do know Mr. Mills. Would you like me to answer some of the questions?
Let me just ask you.
In fact, I served with Mr. Mills in Iraq.
Do you realize who did he tell a number of people when he rescued the stranded Afghanistans as best he could, and then other countries? Who did he say was his biggest threat from this administration when he was flying over there?
Well, I'm going to take this as a rhetorical question. So if you want to tell me, that's fine. You can tell me.
No, what's your opinion?
If you'd actually allow me to answer the numerous misrepresentations, I'd be happy to do
Look, I'm not going to let you filibuster here because we've got other
Well, I'm not trying to filibuster.
All I'm saying is, ask him. Corey Mills, who went on the missions himself, the biggest threat, one of the biggest threats he faced was from this Biden administration shooting his plane down. He will tell you that today. And that is unbelievable coming from a patriot like Corey Mills is. But this administration has been a boondoggle, not just in this. American lives are endangered, just like the invasion at the border that all kind of rhetoric is trying to say that Trump caused that. He did not. It's just not true. Donald Trump is not true that he said he would do the exact evacuation that Joe Biden did. He said he'd get the Americans out first, and they would be protected. So it's amazing we're having to even debate this resolution.
Would you like me to address any of the questions or any of the issues you raised?
You know, it's just rhetoric. Not really, because...
Okay, well, I'd be happy to correct the record and explain to you the misrepresentations in this that you're going to vote for.
I'm not, it's no consequence. Ms. McCall, would you like to address some of these? I mean, you're the ones that's...
Yeah, I'd like to maybe clean up the record if I can. First of all, the Doha Agreement. How many agreements did the Biden administration tear up? How many?
There is no...
JCPOA, remain in Mexico, yet this was ever binding upon them. But the fact of the matter is, to your point, the way the Doha Agreement worked was that the Taliban had to be in compliance with the conditions to the agreement. The conditions were being violated. That is, they didn't cut their ties with Al-Qaeda. That's obvious because Zawahiri, the number 2 guy, was in the arms of the Taliban when he was taken out by a drone strike. You know, number 2, they couldn't hit our troops in Afghanistan. They were violating that. They were violating just about every condition, which is precisely why Donald Trump kept the troops there. So he can say it's all Trump's fault, but the record speaks and the facts speak louder than his rhetoric. Because when Trump left office, there were 2,500 troops there and 6,500 NATO, all of which, according to the testimony of General Milley, McKenzie, and Miller, the top 3 generals, was sufficient with air cover and contractors to provide stability to Afghanistan. In other words, it would not have collapsed the way it did. And that was a record that we found from all the top generals, all the top intelligence community, that number was sufficient. My colleague, who I respect, says that, General Miller told them, that keeping troops meant sending more troops. That's false. General Miller said 2,500. And so the fact is, Trump left it stable. Biden came in, and this is really important, according to his team, say the Doha Agreement is immaterial to my decision here to go to zero. What does go to zero mean? Go to zero means 0 troops. It means 0 air cover, and it means 0 contractors. Now, I have a lot of respect for Jason. He co-chaired our investigation. He knows better than anybody, if you go to 0, the Afghan military didn't have a chance in hell. They didn't have a prayer. And this thing was going to fall, and it was going to fall fast. And the sad thing is the State Department never came forward with a plan of evacuation as required by federal law until the Taliban invaded and took over Kabul. By that time, it's too late. Our embassy is in chaos. The airport's in chaos. Americans are left behind. American citizens had to go through the Taliban checkpoints to get to the airport. How many Americans do you think were turned back by the Taliban? This chaos, this environment of disaster and destruction and death was created by this failure on the part of the people named in my resolution.
And it was done by this administration. This is the same administration when the balloon, the Chinese balloon that flew over this country and flew over South Carolina. I was there when the generals at this administration actually quoted the Chinese hierarchy did not know about it. They literally said that, which again is bizarre. And Donald Trump is on record, and Congressman Crow, you can you could put in I would like for you to give me the date and time that Donald Trump agreed to the withdrawal as Biden directed, because I don't think it's there.
Can I?
Very quickly. I'm not going to filibuster. You can.
I'm not looking
everything.
to filibuster. My name has been invoked several times, and I feel compelled. In fact, I think this committee has an obligation to allow me to respond to the things that have been said.
Up to a point.
Mm-hmm.
Just
can I have
some
time to respond?
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
Can I? You know, they say this was a success. Really?
Yeah.
Really. And what's the fallout here? Americans left behind. Thousands of ISIS-K are released from Bagram, some of whom have found their way into this country. That's the fallout. What else? Putin invades Ukraine. Chairman Xi threatens the Pacific. The Ayatollah raises his ugly head. Projection of weakness invites aggression, conflict, and war. This was the beginning of a failed foreign policy.
Weakness and appeasement. Thank you all for testifying. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Crow, we heard several statements that didn't seem to comport with what you know happened on the ground. It seems to me like Trump negotiated a pretty bad agreement, and then they want to forget about that. And the idea that Trump left it all stable. Why don't you respond to some of the issues that you just heard?
Well, thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. First of all, I mean, this proceeding is another example. They literally don't want to talk about the issue, and they don't want to hear from people who have facts that would run contrary, right? They cherry-picked facts from their purported investigation. They make claims in this hearing and then don't allow me to respond to them. They are doing it through the Rules Committee instead of having a hearing that we could hold tomorrow, because we actually have a scheduled hearing tomorrow and we could have this debate. So they just don't want the truth, and that's pretty clear. But a couple of things that I think are really important, and there's more than we have time to dispel. But a couple of things. I did not co-chair the investigation. I was the ranking member of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee on the Foreign Affairs Committee. This is the subcommittee that the majority established to conduct the bulk of the investigation, or their purported investigation into Afghanistan. And as the ranking member of that subcommittee, I never saw a draft report. In fact, I didn't see the report until it was publicly released. I had no say in their report, nor did they ever at any time engage with any of the minority staff or members in putting the report together. So that's just one illustration of many as to how this is a partisan hit job and not an effort to try to get to the truth. And that's the fact. And no, Afghanistan was not stable in January in 2021. Not only were there the lowest number of U.S. troops since 2001, but the Taliban had been advancing and taking territory since 2013. In fact, the U.S. military commander, General Scott Miller, in charge of all U.S. troops for the years leading up to 21 and during, testified that it was, quote, a slow bleed, end quote. We were losing. And Joe Biden had only two options left. Donald Trump gave him only two options because he didn't have enough troops on the ground. And all the military commanders said very clearly that if he had broken the Trump agreement with the Taliban, an agreement, by the way, that Donald Trump negotiated without the Afghan government, that gave no talk or no allocation for human rights or the rights of women, doesn't speak about that at all in the agreement, and actually says that the Afghan government had to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners. That's what Trump agreed to. That further destabilized the situation on the ground. That's what Joe Biden was facing. Either go back to war with the Taliban and surge troops in, however many, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000.
Let me just ask a question. So Trump negotiated agreement that called for the release of the Taliban prisoners.
Correct.
And when were they released?
They started to be released in 2020.
Right, so they were released under Trump.
Correct.
So Trump negotiated an agreement that releases all of these Taliban prisoners
Correct.
into society. From what you're telling me, Trump negotiates an agreement that brings down the troops to a slow bleed to very dangerous levels for the rest of the American troops. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's right.
Okay, so those are the facts of what was happening during Trump. It was not stable, is what you've now described.
Donald Trump's agreement agreed to the closure of bases, the reduction of troops and contractors, the release of Taliban prisoners, gave no accommodation whatsoever or requirement for human rights or the protection of women and girls, and completely excluded the Afghan government from those negotiations.
And does this resolution make reference to any of Trump's excellent negotiating skills in terms of, that sounds like a pretty lousy negotiating deal for America?
It simply references the agreement, but it talks about none of the components we just talked about.
So, and are there any other elements that you want to correct with regards to the exchange that has taken place?
Yeah, one other thing, one of your colleagues mentioned something about $7 billion of weapons and equipment that were left behind. That number actually is the entirety of U.S. military weapons and equipment given to the Afghan National Security and Defense Forces over the entire 20 years of the war, right? Much of it destroyed in combat, much of it beyond its useful life, much of it left unserviceable after contractors and servicing and maintenance were not provided for. That is the entirety. So to take that number and to say that what was left in the hands of the Taliban is just completely misleading.
So the statement about the $7 billion, that was given to the Afghanis, so it was no longer our equipment? Is that what I'm
That's
understanding?
right. In fact, General Milley and General Miller testified very clearly during the transcribed interviews that the United States military took all of its equipment with them.
Is there anything else that you want to correct in the record?
Well, there's more than I think we have time for this evening, but certainly that's a good start.
There's no clock in the Rules Committee.
You're sure? This is it. This is the last Democrat that gets to ask questions.
This notion that the withdrawal, by the way, a lot of the challenges of the withdrawal, many of them, occurred because President Ghani fled the country. After President Ghani fled the country, which nobody anticipated, by the way, nobody thought that was going to happen. And I've spent much of my adult life either serving in Afghanistan, focused on Afghanistan issues. Nobody saw that coming. And then that led to the precipitous collapse of the Afghan military and the police forces, which then led to a very challenging withdrawal environment in that month. But there's no evidence that shows that the situation on the ground and the challenges at the airport in August of 2021 were avoidable. And that let me be clear, that the attack on Abbey Gate and the death of those 13 members was avoidable. In fact, the Department of Defense's own investigation showed very clearly that there was never a positive ID of the bomber, and nobody knew who that person was. And the majority's assertion that reliance on the Taliban to run checkpoints is somehow related to that ignores the reality that the Taliban and the ISIS are actually sworn mortal enemies and continue to try to kill each other to this day. And in fact, the reliance on Taliban checkpoints made our troops safer, because instead of having to guard the outer perimeter and maintain those checkpoints, we were able to be in an inner perimeter. So these are many, many things that are false or misleading in this resolution, and I would urge my colleagues to not support it.
Thank you. I think that anytime we have the loss of life, and especially in incidents like that, it's very sad and it's hard for the country. It is unfortunate when it gets used in such a partisan and politicized manner like this. With that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back.
I don't know if I'm moving up or down.
Always moving up.
Thank you. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, Jason, and obviously you, sorry, Congressman Crow and Congressman McCall, the other congressman as well, but I am going to focus on Afghanistan. A lot's been said about President Trump's Doha agreement. Did you know this? How many lives did we lose after the Doha agreement?
After the Doha agreement, the one component of the Doha agreement that the Taliban did comply with?
We lost 4 in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? We lost 4 after the Doha agreement in 2020.
You're talking about service member lives? You're talking about contractor lives?
I'm talking about service member lives. It was 4, I believe. We didn't lose anybody in 2021 until the Abbey Gate incident.
Right. That's
so
true.
the criticism about the Doha agreement, ultimately, the Doha agreement led to a significant reduction in lives lost. Now, if we're talking about all the facts of Afghanistan, the number of lives being lost, obviously 1 is a lot, but it had been reduced over the last several years to the tens and the 20s, and certainly my heart goes out to any of them. But going back to the Doha agreement, which Donald Trump agreed to, there were only 4 lives lost after that up to and until Abbey Gate. And so my whole issue with the withdrawal, and this gets back to what General McKenzie said, in testimony in HASC, an open testimony, I'll give you my honest opinion, and my honest opinion view shaped my recommendation to the president then being Joe Biden. I recommended that we maintain 2,500 troops in Afghanistan. Now you were there. I mean, you're a Ranger. I mean, 2,500 troops would have let us maintain Bagram Airfield. Is that?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, I respect you.
Yeah.
But 2,500 troops, and I also recommended earlier in the fall of 2020 that we maintain 4,500 troops at that time. You're familiar with this testimony?
I am familiar with that testimony, yes.
I also have a view that the withdrawal of those forces would lead inevitably to the collapse of the Afghanistan military force and eventually the Afghan government. My issue with the whole thing is that the advice of the military commanders was ignored. And had the advice of the military commanders not been ignored, I do not believe Afghanistan would have collapsed the way it did. I absolutely believe the Taliban would have played a role in the governing of Afghanistan in the future, just as they have for decades. But it is and I agree with you that Ghani leaving was a big part. Him abandoning his country was a big part of the collapse. But I don't understand how there has not been more discussion about President Biden ignoring the advice of General McKenzie. And I can tell you, as somebody who was at NATO the week that Russia moved into Ukraine, our NATO partners made it very clear to us there was no discussion from the U.S. with our partners. It was just a statement. We're leaving on this day. Good luck. And so, I mean, I think President Biden and Vice President Harris deserve to be. I think the public needs to know that they had ignored the advice of their military commanders, and I think the public needs to know that they did not have discussions with our partners at NATO. And so I won't keep you here any longer. I agree with you when you said Ghani leaving was a big part of it, 100%. But to blame President Trump for Doha, after he signed Doha, we lost 4 lives until the Abbey Gate incident. And my heart goes out to all of them. But with that, I don't have any I don't have any questions on the other issue, and I appreciate both of you on this issue and just differences of opinion. I yield. Thanks. And I think we done. Thank you for appearing before us today. Y'all are excused.
All right.
Yeah.
Eventful, as
Huh?
always. Eventful, as always.
Well, you know, they go to zero is why Donnie left. Go to zero, just left it in shambles, right? Yeah, yep.
Well, to your point, actually, I actually agree with you that it was dope.
Who withdrew from the JCPOA?
Yeah, but they're getting back into it. They got back into it.
No, they didn't.
Or they could.
No, they didn't.
Man, I'm sorry.
Biden
There were other
Biden tried to get back into it.
Yeah, you're right. There were other agreements. You're right.
Yeah. Well, that was a huge issue.
All right. Chair would like to welcome the third panel, Representative Fitzgerald and Ranking Member Nadler from the Committee on the Judiciary. To the witness table, Representative Fitzgerald, I welcome your testimony. Whoops. Wait until he sits down. Representative Fitzgerald, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify on H.R. 8205, Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, otherwise known as Charitable Bail Funds Bill. This bill defines the posting of a cash bail by a corporate, nonprofit, or for-profit entity as engaged in the business of insurance, which is the most important thing, subjecting them to federal insurance laws and the criminal fraud statutes, which has been the focus of the bill. The use of crowdsourcing, which is just a different way of explaining kind of the charitable bail funds, which there might be questions on. It's been scrutinized by the courts already, and I guess you could say that the concern is what is the true source of the funds. The charitable bail funds has been seen as an easy way to maybe legitimize some monies that would otherwise be rejected by the court due to its likely unknown linkage to any type of activity that would otherwise be frowned on by the court. And that's because if there is little or no relationship between the defendant and those supplying the money, the bail money provides no incentive to prevent the defendant from simply fleeing the jurisdiction, as we're all familiar with. This is especially true if the money does not have to be returned at any point. Charitable bail funds generally flew kind of under the radar, and then in 2020, with the riots that happened in Minneapolis, it ballooned because there were so many people contributing to these funds nationwide. What used to be kind of community-based small organizations that help post bail for nonviolent misdemeanors has now grown into a multi-million-dollar industry. And the example that I just cited, Minnesota Freedom Fund, saw revenues increase by 18,000% between 19 and 20. It went from basically hundreds of thousands of dollars to in excess of $40 million this last time around in 2020. The funds are nearly indistinguishable from crowdsource websites. So crowdsourcing is a GoFundMe page where anybody can log in and simply make a donation. There's no tracking of the dollars. That's different than what you're seeing with the charitable bail funds right now, which there is a contribution being made and there's expectations about where that money will go and how it will be used. And then the money is returned if in fact the person is done with the legal process. In 2021, for example, the Minnesota Freedom Fund released a domestic abuser back on the street. 2 weeks later, the man, George Howard, was charged with second-degree murder for a road rage incident. According to an investigation conducted in Hennepin County, Minnesota, the Minnesota Freedom Fund has bailed out at least 65 defendants who were awaiting trial on felony charges involving violence or physical threats or sex crimes. In Indiana, of the roughly 1,000 defendants released on bail supplied by the Bail Project between 2019 and 2021, 24% had previously been charged with a crime of violence. 35% were accused of felony charges and had a previous charge of at least one crime of violence. And because these funds are crowdsourced, or, if they're not couched into some type of charitable bail fund, it's very difficult to track who is donating this money. According to CNN, that did an in-depth report on this, nearly 42% of the roughly 500 defendants bailed out by the Minnesota Freedom Fund later failed to appear, period. They just don't show up. So it's another dynamic, I think, that a lot of people aren't aware of once they see kind of what some of the bail projects have been involved in, or certainly charitable bail projects. Commercial bail companies, by comparison, had a failure to appear rate of only 22% during that same period. So states that still have the bail bondsman type of system, it's a far lower amount that don't show. And this is why many states have begun regulating using charitable bail funds. Congressman, in your state of Georgia, for example, they have now limited the amount of cash bonds a charitable bail fund can pay in a given year. And like I said, in Indiana, where they had prohibited the use of charitable bail funds from posting bail for violent offenders, they now made other changes to their state statute. So there has been a state-by-state approach that probably ultimately will make a difference. But when we introduced this bill last Congress, and we made some significant changes to it since then, I think the bill makes a small but important change to our criminal code to define bail bonds as an insurance product. That's all it does. That's all we're doing here. It just identifies it as an insurance product. And this is something that came from a district attorney within my own state who said there needs to be something in place kind of nationwide to deal with this issue. So under the Federal Comprehensive Crime Act of 1994, this change would also bring charitable bail funds under state insurance regulation. So everyone has a state insurance commissioner, something similar. It's either a one-person commissioner or some type of board that oversees that. What we're simply asking for is that these, whether it be the charitable bail funds, would fall underneath that insurance commissioner, so they could oversee it and say, yes, there's issues, or we believe that everything about this charitable bail fund is on the up and up. That's all we're trying to do. The bill merely says that if you are operating as a non-for-profit with the purpose of posting cash bail, you should be subjected to the same regulation and oversight requirements as those operating as a for-profit entity. This will bring needed oversight to organizations that for years have gone unregulated now, while ensuring accountability of these funds by subjecting them to federal insurance fraud statutes. That's all this does. I know there's been other comments about the bill that people are reading further into it or making judgments about this goes too far or interferes with the state insurance program. It does not. It does not interfere with that. So I think this will bring needed oversight to the organizations that for years have gone unregulated, completely unregulated, while ensuring accountability of these funds by subjecting them to federal insurance fraud statutes if they misappropriate funds or misrepresent the use of these funds. And I yield back.
Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 8205, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, is yet another vehicle for Republican campaign messaging that does nothing to help the American people. This bill which would amend the federal insurance fraud statute to define, quote, the business of insurance, unquote, to include the posting of any kind of monetary bail, does nothing to address violent crime despite its title. It is simply another attempt by Republicans to claim that Democrats are soft on crime and to distract the American people from the indisputable fact that crime is down across this country and it has been down for several years. Instead of leaving state interests to the states, this bill appears to target nonprofit bail funds that try to address the clear inequities that result when people without financial means are held pending trial, simply because they cannot afford to pay the bail amounts set by the court. Nonprofit bail funds, the Minnesota Freedom Fund in particular, have become a target of Republicans recently as they desperately tried to prop up their failing presidential candidate by attacking Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Former President Trump has repeatedly and falsely claimed that Vice President Harris donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund and that her donation secured the release of a man who went on to commit murder. This is nothing more than another made-up story the Republican ticket has created, and that is just as false as the former president's claim that immigrants are eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. The Minnesota Freedom Fund has confirmed that Vice President Harris has never donated to them, and that her only relationship to the fund was a 2020 tweet encouraging people to, quote, chip in if they were able, 2 years before the release of the individual who committed a murder that the Republicans baselessly blame on Vice President Harris. The majority's attempt to link this murder to the vice president demonstrates that Republicans are willing to politicize even the most heinous crimes to serve their desperate needs. We know from experience and from actual data that when you put the political rhetoric aside, Democratic policies work to reduce crime. Homicides are down across the country. Violent crimes are down. Property crimes are down. We learned just last week that even drug overdoses are down this year substantially. And while my Republican colleagues love to criticize policies aimed at eliminating or reducing our justice system's reliance on cash bail, study after study, including a recent comprehensive study by the Brennan Center of 33 jurisdictions, shows that bail reform has not led to an increase in crime. The underlying premise of this bill, that bail policies have increased violent crime, is fatally flawed. But that is not the only problem with this legislation. Another problem is that the insurance fraud statute that this bill seeks to amend applies only to, quote, the business of insurance, close quote, that, quote, affects interstate commerce, which the posting of bail by a state or local bail fund does not do. The bill also applies to entities that post any bond, including non-criminal immigration bonds, which has nothing to do with violent crime. In fact, the provision of this bill as originally introduced that actually attempted to address violent crime was stripped from the bill in committee. All that remains is the provision relating to insurance fraud. I challenge my Republican colleagues to explain how exactly subjecting state and local bail organizations to federal insurance regulations and federal criminal penalties will reduce violent crime, when the vast majority of the bonds they post are for nonviolent crimes, and when these organizations are already regulated by their own states. My Republican colleagues like to cite individual examples of people who committed violent offenses after being bailed out by nonprofit bail funds. Each case is tragic, and our hearts go out to the victims and their families. But they won't tell you about the thousands more who received help from these funds, finished their cases, and moved on with their lives without incident. They won't tell you about people who commit crimes after being released with the help of commercial bail agents. And they will not tell you that it is a judge, not a bail fund, who decides whether to set cash bail in a given case, and if so, in what amount. Bail funds simply allow indigent defendants to obtain a release that a court has already deemed to be appropriate. We must remember that we cannot ask for or expect perfection from our bail system. What we can do is to make sure that the solutions we propose for violent crime are actually targeted to address the problem, rather than to provide sound bites for social media. There is no question that we must address the root causes of violent crime, invest in proven solutions, such as community violence intervention and drug treatment. And we must also support law enforcement with funding and other resources, rather than attacking the FBI, the ATF, and their other federal partners relentlessly. Furthermore, If we are going to subject state and local bail organizations to federal regulation, we must do so only after a hearing to explore whether increased federal regulation of bail as insurance will advance our shared goal of keeping Americans safe. Unfortunately, this bill was rushed to markup without regular order. If and when the majority decides to get serious about combating violence in America, I will gladly join them in exploring serious solutions. But this legislation is no solution at all. I urge the committee to reject this flawed legislation. I would also point out that we have in New York a rather well-known case of a defendant accused of serious felonies, released on bail pending trial, and after conviction, released on bail pending sentence. And he is still on bail. I refer, of course, to Donald Trump. I urge the committee to reject this flawed legislation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Nadler, I think it's a shame that you come in here, talking about the presidential candidates the way you do. I will tell you that we had an unethical prosecutor in the state of Georgia bring charges against him too.
Say again?
We had an unethical prosecutor bring charges against him in Georgia too.
I don't think it's been shown that prosecutor is unethical.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
You think it's appropriate for her to have an affair with someone that she hired to handle the prosecution?
I think not, but I think it didn't affect the prosecution, and I think the court, and I think the judge ruled so.
You guys have hunted that man and hunted that man and hunted that man. This is the United States of America. We are not supposed to conduct ourselves. It's my time. This is my time, Mr. Nadler, and I'll let you respond.
Okay.
But the Democratic Party has been on a political hunt against Donald Trump before he was ever the president of the United States. Before he was ever the president of the United States. They were tapping his phones in his campaigns and everything else. I mean, it is certainly agencies under the control of Democrats, but it is, I don't know if Kamala Harris told him to chip in or not. You said it would be Senator Harris at the time, right? You said Senator Harris encouraged him to chip in to the not-for-profit.
I assume she was senator at the time, or maybe Attorney General of California. I'm not sure.
Well, it was 2020, right?
2020, she was senator.
She was senator, right? But she was out of the presidential election already at that stage, right? She came out in 19.
Yes, I believe
Yes, she
so.
came out because she didn't make it to the actual debates and all. I thought we were prohibited from encouraging people to contribute to charities as members of Congress. I didn't think we were supposed to do that. I didn't think we were supposed to use our offices to encourage people to contribute to charities.
I'm not aware of
Did
that
I miss
at all.
something there? I think if you had an existing relationship with one before you were elected,
I think members of Congress.
look, this is
Members of
whatever.
Congress.
I'm gonna turn it over to you, Mr. McGovern. You can ask any questions you've got.
I thank you both for being here. I'd like to get this over with. Thank you. I yield back.
Would the real chair like to ask any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just ask Ms. Fitzgerald, the monies that were raised through these charitable deductions, are they tax deductible?
Chairman, I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, it's just ironic that the 87,000 IRS agents that were created in the reconciliation bills of the last Congress now have endorsed Kamala Harris for president. This is a country that was founded on a revolt against taxation without representation, and it's just, I find it ironic that now the tax collectors are endorsing this candidate for president. So I would just, that's why I was interested as whether these were tax deductible items.
I would just offer the comment that the National Bail Fund Network recently reported there's 90 charitable bail funds across the country. So it's something that's been growing very quickly. And like I said, there is zero oversight right now over any of those dollars. So even if you're a person that donated to one of these funds, you would think that you would welcome the idea that there would be some oversight and make sure that those funds are being distributed and appropriated in an appropriate manner. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Do you know if they have to file a 990?
I don't know that. No,
They do. Okay.
they do.
Ms. Candler?
Yes, I'd yield to the ranking member.
No, listening to the chairman of the committee talk about taxation without representation, that's kind of rich to make that point in D.C. of all places, but I yield back.
Thank you, and I'd yield back as well.
Recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you. No, I think I'm going to pass as well. I mean, it is unfortunate that we're spending valuable time using it in a presidential campaign, but looking forward to getting to the continuing resolution, because that's sort of what we're here to do, is fund government. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate the gentlelady's anticipation. I recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota for questions.
Thank you very much. And, this is especially concerning to me because I am from Minnesota, and we dealt with a lot of things that were going on. And in June of 2020, Vice President Harris encouraged people from around the country to donate to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to help bail out violent protesters who had violently assaulted police officers and burn a police precinct to the ground. For my friends on the other side who continuously bring up the protests during January 6th, let me remind you about all of the violence that we dealt with in Minneapolis in 2020. On Thursday, May 28, thousands of protesters began to surround the 3rd Precinct building, which is still empty and burned out. The mob begins throwing rocks and chunks of concrete at officers defending the perimeter of the building. Officers asked permission to use non-lethal scat rounds, which released tear gas to help disperse the mob. This request was denied. With officers still inside, the violent protesters began firing mortar and throwing Molotov cocktails at the building. The explosive finally did their work and led to the precinct going up in a blaze of fire. As officers evacuated, they found that the back gate of the precinct had been padlocked from the outside in an attempt to trap the officers inside to either burn to death or face the wrath of the mob. Thankfully, the officers were able to ram through the gate with a squad car and escape. Did any of my Democrat friends condemn this violence? I don't recall it. I don't recall them condemning that violence. Instead, Democrats like Vice President Harris called for donations to post bail for these people. And that's very, very well known all over Twitter, everything. And what was the result of all of those donations? The Minnesota Freedom Fund was able to bail out other violent offenders, some of whom went on to commit more violent crimes, including multiple people who went on to commit murder, thanks to the bail donations that Vice President Harris helped raise. Mr. Fitzgerald, can you add anything to the dangerous criminals that are being released thanks to these charitable bail funds?
Yeah, I think that the issue has been that there are so many of these bail funds now that have not only been able, I think, to forward the individual, the dollars that are needed for them to actually be released, but there's no real incentive. When you have a bail bonds outfit, I mean, that's on them. They could lose their license, certainly could be sanctioned by the courts if, in fact, somebody doesn't show up. But what's happening here is there's no accountability on the back end as well. So you've got some people that are serious offenders that are being re-released or they're being lost in the system right now. And I think that's as a result of the lack of accountability. I mean, the way it's built right now, there's very little accountability and very little incentive even for these funds to track where an individual goes after they make after the fees are paid. So
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, like I said earlier, I am from Minnesota. This is especially important to us. This is not an election year issue for us. This is something that we had to deal with when Vice President Harris was gathering money to bail these people out who had taken down not only that precinct, but done all kinds of damage, a Target nearby, a Cub nearby, Cub food store. And so this is something that we do need to address. And I thank Mr. Fitzgerald for bringing it forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Seeing no other members wishing to ask questions, this panel is now excused. And I would like to welcome our fourth panel, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro from the Committee on Appropriations. Please be seated at the witness table. Chairman Cole, welcome back to the
Always good to be back.
Rules Committee. We eagerly anticipate your testimony. We've been waiting for it all day. Gentleman is recognized.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, and esteemed members of the Rules Committee, it's good to be back. I'm here to testify on the Continuing Appropriations and Extensions Act of 2025. As we work the will of the House, responsible governance on behalf of the nation remains the priority. Everyone in this room is well aware fiscal year 2024 ends on September 30th. With this looming deadline before us, Congress is responsible to act. We are here today to ensure that the government remains open and serving the American people. The appropriations process is never easy. It requires time and hard work to complete. This year, we've much to be proud of given the constraints. After a late start due to the delay of fiscal year 2024 process and a late president's budget request, the Appropriations Committee succeeded in passing all 12 fiscal year 2025 bills out of the committee. The House then passed 5 of those bills across the floor, representing nearly 71% of overall discretionary spending. Despite this strong momentum, time is drawn short. The situation before us is not ideal, but neither is the reality of harmful disruptions to our national security and vital programs our constituents rely on. That's why a continuing resolution is needed. Today's bill extends government funding until December 20th. It includes extensions for critical programs that must remain in place, such as WIC, TANF, and the National Flood Insurance Program. It also includes additional resources for the Secret Service to ensure candidates and government leaders are protected, while also ensuring full cooperation of the Secret Service with congressional investigations. All in all, today's bill is a narrow and tailored CR that will allow us to continue government operations through the election. This path ensures Americans aren't needlessly punished with a costly shutdown and allows the people, and importantly the next president, to have a say in the appropriations process. Like most, my preference would be to pass full-year appropriations bills through regular order, but we're out of time. We cannot afford a shutdown, which would be greatly damaging to our national security, to critical government programs, and to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan measure. I thank each of you for your time, and I look forward to your questions. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized as ranking member of the Appropriations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, and the distinguished members of this committee, and to the chair of the committee. This continuing resolution will avert a costly and pointless government shutdown and will provide Congress with the time required to enact bipartisan full-year funding bills for 2025. We require a continuing resolution to keep the government open because House Republicans chose to write extreme and partisan funding bills based on Donald Trump's Project 2025 manifesto, 7 of bills which the House did not even consider because the majority knew they would not pass on the floor. Project 2025 is enormously unpopular with the American people, as are the deep cuts to vital public investments that House Republicans tried to force on the American people throughout this year. The majority did not learn a single lesson from the chaos Congress was dragged through to complete the funding process for fiscal year 2024. Until this bill, House Republicans had so far refused to meet Democrats at the negotiating table, despite the fact that appropriations bills cannot become law without the support of Republicans and Democrats in the House and in the Senate. That includes House Republicans' first ill-conceived 6-month continuing resolution, which thankfully was rejected by the House of Representatives last week, as we all knew it would. In this bill, I am relieved that House Republicans excluded partisan poison pill riders like the SAVE Act and abandoned the disastrous across-the-board cuts that they have proposed in the past. It is never ideal to govern with a continuing resolution, but this bill is a responsible and a sober measure that avoids many of the problems that House Republicans would have created with a 6-month funding bill. However, this bill leaves a number of holes that the Congress must address by December in conjunction with completing all 12 full-year appropriations bills. As has been reaffirmed multiple times through the 118th Congress by Leaders Schumer, Speakers McCarthy and Johnson, the terms of the Fiscal Responsibility Act set our top-line spending level at 1% above where we ended up in March. Democrats will accept nothing less than 1%, and any increases in defense means that there has to be parity for non-defense. We know where we have to end up. It is my hope that this bill will provide the bipartisan momentum needed to get there. The House should pass this continuing resolution. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. I'm going to hold my questions till the end. I'll recognize the ranking member.
Well, first of all, thank you both for being here. And, I asked the chairman of the Rules Committee at the beginning of our hearing, like, why does the CR need a rule? I think that this sounds like you're in both an agreement on this CR. I mean, I don't know why we can't bring it up under suspension, as a suspension, because what I'm going to tell you right now is that if this is attached to the rule with all the other very partisan bills that we're dealing with in the Rules Committee tonight, then Republicans are going to have to carry the rule on their own. And I know that there are some on your side that will vote probably against the rule because they don't like the CR. So I'm not quite sure what this exercise is all about. Look, there's a lot that I can say about Republican lack of ability to run this place over the last year, but I'm going to spare all of you from that because it would just be therapy for me at this particular point. But I do think that we just need to get this done, and then we need to get serious about a year-long bill. And so, in any event, you're in agreement. So I don't see this should be a quick meeting, I hope. But I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for questions.
Well, here we are. This is where I said we were going to be 3 weeks ago before the drama started. I said there would be some drama with the bright, shiny object called the SAVE Act. I said that was going to get stripped off and you were going to get a clean CR. I also predicted this would fall right before Christmas. And I believe this does fall on December 20th. Now, why have we picked December 20th? Because it's the same reason we always have December 20th. Everybody up here is human. There are no AIs or robots in Congress. And when you get to December 20th, you're 5 days from Christmas. You're 4 days from Christmas Eve. And you desperately want to be there with your family. So this is when the leadership here has the maximum influence. And again, I'm talking to the Democrats and the Republicans because you've seen it on the Democrat side of the aisle. They love to pick the week before Christmas for this showdown because you can smell the jet fuel fumes over at DCA. It smells like Christmas, that you're going to get to go home and open presents. I've been in HC5 when literally the Speaker of the House, not the Speaker we have now, walks in and says, if you vote for this, you can go home and unwrap presents with your kids. And if you don't vote for this, you're going to spend Christmas here with Nancy Pelosi. And then the chant starts, vote, 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 vote. literally people get enthusiastic to vote for something that they haven't read. So let me predict what we're not going to do on December 20th before I take a guess at what we're going to do. What we're not going to do, we're not going to do 12 separate bills. We are not going to spend this time. We've got a few months between now and December 20th. We could go back to working on appropriations bills. We are not going to do this. This sucker, whatever happens on December 20th, whether it's another CR to punt, to kick the can down the road for 3 more months, or whether it's an omnibus that funds all of government with one bill, it's going to be written behind closed doors. And every lobbyist in this town is going to try to attach their little thing to this bill. This train is leaving the station on December 20th. It's the only one that we know is going to pass. They call it up here must pass legislation. So everybody's going to try and get their little thing on this bill, whatever it is on December 20th, whether it's another continuing resolution or another omnibus. It's not even really a prediction that I'm making. I'm just telling you what has happened for 12 years, regardless of whether Democrats are in charge or Republicans are in charge. There may be a little twist. We may do half of a CR. It'll be a whole CR, and half of it will end in February, and half of it will end in April, and they'll convince you they got something more clever this year than they had last year. But it's going to be the same old thing, warmed over, written behind closed doors, rolled out here. We're not going to have time to read this thing. That's also predictable. And we're going to be told, vote for this and you can go home and open presents with your kids. Don't vote for it and you're going to be stuck here. And there will be people, it pulls at heartstrings. We are humans. And that's why I think it's really disingenuous or despicable, really, to pick 4 days before Christmas Eve to put this bill on the floor. The bill I'm talking about, obviously, nobody here knows what it is yet. And we're not going to have time to read it, but people are going to be inclined to vote for it because they just want to be with their family. I would encourage people not to vote for this CR. There's still time to do other things. This is not the 30th. And if we were going to do something, we should do a full year CR. Why do we want to set up a shutdown crisis the week before Christmas? Why would we even want to set up a shutdown crisis next spring? We shouldn't. We should fund the whole thing for a year. And what that would allow us to do is we could start working on, regardless of who comes into power, it would give you 12 months to work on the 12 separate bills. We could start working on those on October 1st. But we're not going to. We're not going to do any of that. We're particularly not going to have a CR that lasts more than 6 months because written into law, signed by Joe Biden, voted for by Chuck Schumer, but introduced by myself as a provision in law that says if you go past April 30th on a continuing resolution, you're going to get an automatic 1% cut to everything. Everything that's appropriated, not the mandatory, as they're called, programs. So that's why you're not going to get a CR that goes for a full year. That would, if you're going to do a CR, the most responsible thing to do would be a 1-year CR. But nobody up here can stand a 1% cut to spending. That would be like, back home, that sounds completely reasonable. But up here, that would be the end of the world to get a 1% cut. So that's why we're not getting a 1-year CR, which if you're going to do a CR would be the most responsible thing. And the reason you're getting a CR that ends December 20th is so you can pressure these members using their family, basically taking their Christmas hostage. And I think that's wrong, and I don't think we should do it. And I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you.
Or a statement, if you would.
Thank you. I do appreciate Representative Massey's predictions, which were shared by many here, that we would end up in this place after several weeks. Does the representative have any predictions on whether he'll vote for the rule or not? No predictions. Okay. I do want to express appreciation for the hard work of the chair and the ranking member. I know they do work very hard to produce bipartisan appropriations bills, and they've had some success with that before those bills have been loaded up with so many poison pills. They've collapsed under their own weight and been unable to be passed on the House floor. You know, this week we should be just working on one goal to fund the government before the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. Americans don't want to hear more complaints or fighting. They don't want more culture wars. They just want to see Congress do its job. And at this point, a clean CR is the only sensible or responsible option, even if it frustrates some members of this committee or the Republican conference, because anyone calling for a government shutdown is irresponsible. It's embarrassing that members of this chamber rely on these tactics. It's embarrassing that every single funding deadline is turned into a national crisis by House Republicans. If you can't agree to a spending deal by the end of the fiscal year, then at a minimum, you have to make sure there's more time to finalize a deal. But funding deadlines shouldn't be weaponized by extremists. That's not what deadlines are for, and that's not how negotiations work. In a negotiation, there has to be compromise, and if you don't get everything you want, well, flipping the negotiating table over is the response of a child, not a responsible legislator. So the hard truth is that the extreme spending policies and bills that the House Republicans have tried to force upon this Congress, the American people as a whole don't want them. And so that's not an excuse. It's never an excuse to force a government shutdown because one group failed to get its own way. So I'm glad that cooler heads have prevailed and that we have a pathway to fund the government this week. So I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for questions.
I yield back.
Gentleman has no questions. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you to both the chair and the ranking member for bringing us the CR for the negotiations. You know, I agree. It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. It is unfortunate. The many compromises that had to be made, as some of us feel we needed this in there, we needed that in there, but we will come back and we will have those discussions and in November and December. And hopefully, perhaps, even though it's the December 20th, there's always a possibility we could get it done before, right? There's hope springs eternal, as they say. But I look forward to supporting the CR and heading back home to do the good work we need to do in our districts. And with that, I yield. Well, is there anything else you'd like to add? No? Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I won't add too much other than just a couple clarifying points. I actually generally agree with my friend from Kentucky, even though we disagreed last week on the position on the 6-month spending in the CR with the SAVE Act attached. But a couple clarifying points. I would support the full year CR. I think that would be a better approach. I agree. However, I do not believe it would trigger the 1%. It would trigger FY25 caps. I believe it would kick in place the FY25 caps. I don't know if the chairman agrees with that as the rough understanding, just for the record. I think that's correct. Is that right, Mr. Cole?
I think so.
Yeah. And then just to underscore, I think the point the gentleman from Kentucky made that I agree with, right? It was 2 years ago, this coming December, when we got a $1.7 trillion omnibus bill. Again, and that I don't remember the exact date, but it would have been December 22nd or 3rd or something, right before Christmas, if I remember correctly. And so that is, yes, the way things tend to be done. I think and I have very strong opposition to that, and have been fairly forceful in my opposition to some of the senators that were a part of that effort and have voted against legislation that they've offered and so forth. Along those lines, because of how frustrating it was of what occurred in December of 22, which was, as noted, is the way we tend to do things. I would say this, that we had, last week, we did have a measure before us that would have gotten us past that date, that would have gotten us into the new year with a new Congress and a new president, and would have given us the opportunity to avoid the Christmas time frame. and would have enabled us to deal with the citizen voting issue. I still believe that was the right play, and the inevitability of ending up where we are was a self-fulfilling prophecy of killing a different approach a week ago. And so here we are, and we will now have a spending bill that will end in December. And on that point, I do agree with my friend from Kentucky, that is not where we should end up. And yes, we should do the appropriations bills. I would note we've passed 5 appropriations bills. There's been no appropriations bills passed out of the Senate. We could start with those 5. We could work on a handful of others. But we're getting no support on the other side of the Capitol. So hopefully we will work individual bills and or do something like the gentleman said about a CR into or through next year, rather than a crazy massive omnibus train, which is the inevitability of doing something right before Christmas, typically in this town, which I will strongly oppose, and will oppose this legislation on the floor as a result. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just finish by saying that we have a $2.25 trillion deficit over the last 365 days. We're spending more money than we can afford to spend. That deficit, because of the interest on the national debt, I expect will get worse, not better. And so as we talk about the $35 trillion in debt, if you can't get control of the deficit, you're sure not going to get control of the debt. The thing where I have some respectful disagreement with some of my colleagues is I think whoever's elected president of the United States is going to ask for another 90-day continuing resolution. And I think that the exception to the 90 days is I think that there would be an agreement on defense spending because of all of the threats that are out there today that Democrats and Republicans on the relevant committees, both appropriations and the authorizing committees, see. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, the gentleman. Let me just, for clarification, Mr. Cool, I do want to ask you, mentioned that we passed 5 appropriations bills, but your committee has passed all of the appropriation bills required by law, has it not?
Yes, it has.
And none of that was done behind closed doors. That was all done as part of an open committee process, was it not?
That's correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify those 2 items. I have no other questions, and, the gentleman, no? Seeing no other member wishing.
Mr. Chairman, just one point, if I might make for
Don't risk it.
No, I want to talk about the date.
Don't risk it.
I'm not going to. My view would have been for us to go on the December 13th. I know it's December; it's still close to the holidays, but I would wish that we had moved sooner. I think that.
I beg you not to do that.
Thank you.
I'm going to yield back, and seeing no other member wishing to ask a question, this panel is then excused.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman? I want to request unanimous consent to insert into the record amendment testimony from Representative Harder in support of amendments number 17 and number 20 to H.R. 8790.
Without objection, so ordered. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 8790, H.Res. 1469, H.R. 3334, H.R. 8205, and H.R. 9747? Without objection, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I know you're closing the hearing portion, but when are we coming back? Oh, you're going to tell me? Okay.
Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair, around 7:30.
Okay, all right.
They took your advice, Mr. McGovern. They took your advice. We're going suspension.
Committee on Rules will come to order. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 3334, the Sanctioning Tyrannical and Oppressive People within the Chinese Communist Party Act, a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, in the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions of the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report are waived. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8205, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendment in nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee printed 118 TAC 51 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8790, the Fix Our Forest Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designee. The rule provides the amendment in nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, in the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule further makes in order only the amendments printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part D of the report are waived. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of HRS 1469, ensuring accountability for key officials in the Biden-Harris administration responsible for decision-making and execution failures throughout the withdrawal from Afghanistan under a closed rule. The rule provides that upon adoption of the resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider HRS 1469. The rule provides that the resolution shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides that Section 3J of House Resolution 5 is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, quote, 3 definition, TAC for purposes of the subsection, non-governmental capacity shall mean any capacity except representing the executive branch of the United States government.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Mr. Chairman, just
gentleman from Massachusetts.
A couple of things, then I have an amendment. I'm noticing that, unless I'm missing something here, that the CR is not part of this rule, notwithstanding the fact that we had testimony on the topic from the chair and ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. I'm correct in that, right?
That is correct.
And so I assume we'll bring it up under suspension, which is the way I thought we would to begin with. But the other,
you'll get your wish.
Yeah. The other thing I want to notice is that, as I mentioned last week, when you passed the rule, that my Republican friends have broke their own record on the number of closed rules. You've just expanded that from 106 now to 108, and we still have some time to go in this Congress. So I think you'll be unbeatable by the time we finish this year. But I have an amendment to the rule, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee amend the language in the rule related to defining the governmental capacity of witnesses to remove that restriction, and to remove that restriction entirely and remove the requirement for the majority leader to approve the remote participation of witnesses. Mr. Chairman, last week, the Modernization Subcommittee planned to hear from an expert witness with the Congressional Research Service. That expert became quite ill and asked to testify remotely to avoid spreading his illness or becoming sicker himself. While I believe both sides of that committee wanted to grant the request, it couldn't be done because of this rule. But now the majority is proposing this narrow fix, clarifying that the prohibition on remote governmental witnesses applies only to the federal executive branch. Well, my first question is, how is this the logical solution? Why should the next committee that faces this issue miss out just because their expert works at the Governmental Accountability Office instead of the Congressional Research Office? If it makes sense for a committee to be able to hear from a local government witness on live video, why doesn't it make sense for them to be able to hear from a federal employee stationed in rural Alaska the same way? It just doesn't make any sense to me. We should remove the prohibition on remote government witnesses entirely. Beyond that, I think remote witness participation helps Congress learn from a more diverse set of witnesses who may experience barriers traveling to D.C. I was disappointed to see my Republican colleagues significantly limit remote witnesses this Congress by requiring special permission from the majority leader of the whole House for witnesses to testify remotely. Even more regrettable is the imbalanced way in which these rules have been applied. Oversight Committee Republicans were given permission by the majority leader to have a convicted felon testify remotely from prison. If that was allowed, you might assume that any request would be granted, but you would be wrong. A Navy veteran traveled all the way to D.C. on his own dime to testify at a Veterans Affairs hearing. The hearing was abruptly canceled just hours before it was scheduled to start. And you can't make this stuff up. It was canceled because of Republican leadership elections while they tried to fill the speaker vacancy. Committee Democrats requested that the veteran be allowed to testify remotely at the rescheduled hearing to avoid the hardship of having to pay once again to fly to D.C. to testify, all because of Republican dysfunction. And they said no. They said no. It is unbelievable. Remote testimony allows us to hear perspectives from marginalized, underrepresented, and underfunded communities. So while we're amending this rule, let's do the right thing and put committees in the driver's seat when it comes to deciding how to hear from their witnesses. Which brings me back to the question that I hope maybe the chairman can answer for us is, why are we considering this rule change now instead of last week when it was needed for the Modernization Subcommittee?
Well, I think the gentleman will have an opportunity to talk at this at some length during the organizational meetings of the next Congress, and that would be the appropriate time to do that.
Well, I mean, it doesn't explain why we're doing a limited fix, and you know, I think I've just highlighted how unfairly my Republican friends have carried out their rules regarding this. But in any event, I would urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment of the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Meaning the chair of the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Rechtenthaler. Mr. Rechtenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach.
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Halcyon. Mrs. Halcyon, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Yes.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse.
Yes.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes no,
Mr. Chairman, no.
and the clerk will report.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it for the further amendment.
And I just have one quick comment, and that is to, again, to remind everybody in this committee that the reason why the CR is not in this rule is because the Republicans can't move the CR forward in a rule. And that is coming up under suspension because Republicans need Democrats in order to keep the government open and in order to keep this government functioning. And I just think that's an important point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further amendment or discussion?
Yes, I have an amendment.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to speak on her amendment.
I move the committee make in order Amendment 11 to H.R. 8790 offered by Representative Dingell. The amendment would strike Anti-Endangered Species Act riders from the bill. Mr. Chairman, I recognize the challenge of addressing wildfires. However, provisions in H.R. 8790 would undermine the Endangered Species Act protections for wildlife habitats, reflecting a continued push to prioritize economic interests over environmental safeguards. My amendment would ensure that important protections in the Endangered Species Act are preserved. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion on the amendment from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania? Seeing none, those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the nays have it. Further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 3 to H.R. 8790, which would authorize appropriations for the bill. We all know that you cannot carry out tasks without money. Unstable budgets and a lack of resources have prevented the Forest Service from achieving many of its management goals. The thinning is discussed in the bill, and the other management takes money. It takes people actually getting paid to do the work. It's not because of community input, endangered species, or environmental protection. It is the need to get this work done. So there were some very great ideas in this bill, but if we don't fund them, we can't carry them out. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of actually providing authorization for the appropriations needed to carry out the work as described in the Fix Our Forests Act.
Any further discussion on the amendment of the gentlelady from New Mexico? Seeing none, those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. Any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, hearing no further requests for amendments, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is
Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, I will be managing the rule for the majority.
And I'll do it for the minority.
And the gentleman from Massachusetts will do it for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.